Good morning. How's it all going? Right, let's dive straight back into things. Let's get the show on the road. What are we doing? We're trying to create a GUI and we're evaluating various different GUI technologies. The one that we're looking at the moment is Floem. We had a look at Visio and Freya before that. And we're making good progress with Floem. Right, let's show you where we're at now. Let's bring up this. Here we go. So, did a little bit of tinkering after the stream yesterday. Nothing too exciting. Yeah, but the first thing I want to go over today is a strange bug that is occurring. Granted, this form looks horrible at the moment. We haven't done any kind of styling whatsoever. I'm leaving that for later. I want to know whether it can do it, and then if it can do it, then we can make it look nice. So, we're going to create a bitmap, and we're going to call it banana, so that there shouldn't be another file in the same directory. We're going to select a directory for it, and we're going to go OK. And maybe I didn't click bitmap because it's gone text. Okay, let's try that again. That was a bit strange. I'm not sure whether the drop-down box is actually working. And we go OK. So now this time we've got one. So I'm pretty sure I picked bitmap on that last one. Anyway, so what the bug is, right? You see we've got this path here and I can select it, right? Everything's fine, right? But the problem is if I click over here and go left, I can select the thing behind it. But is it behind it or is it in front of it? I don't know. But whatever's happening, there's some strange issue going on with the mouse events or something. And the same thing happens on the text file, which we just happen to have here, yeah, albeit accidentally. So if I click over here and go left here, you see if I let go of the mouse, it's selecting this still. So there's very odd behaviour there. I don't know why this occurs. So J.R. Moulton is here with us today, so maybe he's got an idea because he's one of the Floem developers. So maybe he has an idea, but it's a mystery to me right now why it might do that. I don't know if it does that for everything. This one's long, so it sort of bleeds over that way, whereas these ones aren't. What if we make the window smaller like this and click here and go left? Yeah, it does it for everything, not just the path. It's just all the obscured elements that it seems to do it for. So I can't click here and go left, and that doesn't work. But as soon as I go here and try and do it, perhaps? Yeah. So it's selecting through the view, which I would not expect to occur. It's very odd. Yeah. So that's the bug anyway. So we don't know why that's occurring. Yeah. Right. He says, interesting. I know why it's happening, but I'm not sure if that's not the expected behaviour. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. Event will be passed until the view does stop it. Yes. It's kind of weird. Like, because I don't want to have to capture every event that I'm not interested in for the view that's behind the one I'm looking at. It feels like perhaps mouse clicks shouldn't propagate through to like non-visible areas of the view that's behind it. I mean, why is it? Yeah. So the text thing, right? It's got a size, and that size is like this big, but the view in front of it means that only some of it to the right is obscured. So there should be a clipping region, and if the event is inside the clipping region, then perhaps it shouldn't be passed through. I don't know. It feels like it's missing a clipping region. Yeah. So I don't know. Hold on a second. I need to put my phone on Do Not Disturb. There we go. Yeah. So maybe there's some sort of clipping region thing going on, but I don't know. I was certainly not expecting it, and I wouldn't expect users to have to deal with it, I suppose. It's very unexpected. So I'm gonna rerun this and just see if we can recreate the problem I had a minute ago, which was when I created new, I did this, put in a file name, I created a directory and clicked OK. Yeah, I don't know, why did it not create a bitmap the first time? Anyway, you see it creates the files and so on like this, so you know, that appears to be working. So one of the other failure possibilities that we've got now is the key function on the tab index, because I've got more information about what its purpose is now, so I want to try and see if there's another bug, which I'm not sure there might be yet. An on-pointer down event handler that doesn't do anything with the event. Yeah, I mean, like, the question is, where should I put this on-pointer down event handler? It's like, it just feels like I shouldn't even need to have to worry about it. I've got two things, one's over here, one's over here. They're not overlapping each other in the things that I've created, the containers that I've created. I've got a sidebar on the left, and I've got an image on the right. It's not like I've created a container and then put another one in front of it. It's not a Z problem with my containers, right? And then I put things in the containers, and I shouldn't expect this container, which isn't in front of this container, to have to handle events for this container. It just feels very wrong. And I shouldn't know that this container will be placed either on top of something or to the right of something to stop certain events going through. It just feels like I shouldn't know that as a developer. It's like I don't care. I don't care. Just, you know, do what sort of, I don't know. I don't know what the use case for like passing it through might be in that situation. Like, do I need to handle click events? I mean, one of the things we've got to do today is add some state to this to make this coordinate thing work. So it's going to be interesting to see where we have to put the event handlers and all that kind of thing for that, to work that out. Maybe we'll learn something as we do that. But yeah, it's a bit odd. I don't think you should check the opacity of the element. Because it'd be quite possible, for instance, to have like a container element with some things on top of it, and the container element wants to handle some events for the things that are on top of it. I could see that. Like if you're doing a paint program, for instance, you know, then you might want to handle the events at the at sort of like the canvas layer, I suppose it might be, if you're doing a paint program, and then the things that you're rendering are like images or SVGs on top of it or something like that, and you don't care about handling it at that level. I don't know, because if you've got two objects and you place them on top of each other, and you want to click on one and then click in the same place again to select the thing behind it, for instance, which some programs work like that. You just keep clicking until it selects like the things that are stacked on top of each other, the z-axis. Like who does that? Where does that kind of thing handle? I don't think it's for us to solve today though anyway, so what I'm doing now is just pointing out what's happening, and then I don't know, maybe we'll maybe we'll have some guidance as to what to do about it in the future. But anyway, I'm going to move on to the next thing that we need to do, which is seeing what happens if I create an image document and then close it and then create a text document. Do we get an image? Because, yeah, no, it's okay. Because, yeah, so one of the things that's making me want to check that is where we create the tabs. Where is it? Somewhere in here. We create the tabs, and we've got this key function. And I wanted to make sure that it doesn't break my expected behavior. Because apparently what this key function is for, because... Oh wait, no, that's the tab bar. Hold on, sorry. Not that one. This key function, this one. Apparently what this is for deciding whether to re-render a view or not. Yeah. They are overlapping. Right. Right, so my sidebar, the path in the sidebar is extending out. So this is what I'm being shown. Hold on. Where are we? This is what I'm being shown. Thanks for having a quick look at this. Much appreciated. And we can see that the path view is extending out to the right. But I kind of want it to be clipped into this sidebar. It shouldn't be going out there. I don't know why it is. I mean, so in that regard, like, it kind of makes sense that the events bleed through to it. So the question is, how do we fix this so it doesn't go too big? And how do you bring up the inspector anyway? I didn't even know how you bring that up. I thought I was going to have to do something in order to make that appear. Is there a keyboard shortcut to bring it up? Or did you add a button that opens it or something? No, I didn't see one. I don't know. It's magic. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Maybe we'll have to find out how to bring up the inspector. Yes, good night. Thanks for having a quick look. Right. Okay, so we're going to move on to the other thing. Yeah. Where do we get to? So let's see if we can have a look at that then. Yeah, okay. Why not? Let's have a quick look at this. So when we've got a document, and let me delete my temporary files. What do we want here? Form. Image one. So this sidebar. Let's look at the text one first, because this one's slightly more up to date. We've got this info panel. And it's got a width of 20%. Right? So, the container's 20%. So why are its children wider than 20%? Like, why? I've got a label and I've got another label. And we know that the text wrapping doesn't work. Should we go? I don't know. I mean, what are we supposed to do here? What do we think width full is going to do here on the H stack? How do we get this Floem inspector up? Let's see if we can find out. Oh, well, that's useful. Floem provides a diagnostic tool to debug your ear, but how do you open it? No. Who knows where it's going to be? I don't even know where to look. Is it a function? Is it, I mean, like, yeah. Window? Is it a window? I mean, you have to create a window to do it. I'm looking for anything to do with inspector. Widgets? No. Elums? No. Some traits? No. Some macros? No. Functions? Maybe? Like open inspector or something like this? No. Apparently it's not a view, it's not a widget. No. How'd you bring up this inspector then? There is an example called... I saw it somewhere. In the widget gallery. This thing. Come on. Here we go. You can press Open Inspector, right? This button, and it brings up this. But is there like a keyboard shortcut for doing this? Is it like F10 or something? I'm pressing all my function keys just to see what happens. Nothing. What about Shift F10? No. How's he made it work on my code? That's what I want to know. id.inspect. Did he add a line of code to just bring up the inspector? Uh-huh. I don't know. Okay, let's just let's add a button to the toolbar. I don't have any IDs of anything. I suppose I could create the toolbar button later. Do I have a view? No, because I'm supposed to be creating a bunch of containers and then I want the ID of this, but I need it in here. Okay, I don't know. Let's... Do I need to store some ID somewhere? I don't think that's what I want at all. I need an ID. Right, but what ID do I use? Where do I get an ID from? Does this event have an ID? No. I need to go some ID dot inspect, right? But this ID comes from the list. But at the time that I'm creating the button, I don't have any IDs because I've not created anything yet. Right? This is my problem. Like, I need an ID from somewhere. I don't have any IDs. I've not created anything yet. This is like the first thing I'm creating. Oh, where do we get an ID from here? Like, how about, no, I don't get, I need some kind of view to put an ID in. What if we say let ID signal is RW, create RW signal with none in it, right? And then maybe we go ID signal dot get, unwrap it and inspect it, right? So then we need to put something in this ID signal. And I guess at this point, right, we've got a thing. Stuff. I don't know, maybe elements. And maybe we go ID signal dot set with elements dot ID. Oh, but it needs to be some ID. Can we clone it? I mean, it's private anyway. How did this get the ID? It used the method. Do we think this is going to work? No. I don't even know what. I mean, it knows what it is. Uh-huh. Well, it builds. Oh, we can bring an inspector up. That's useful. Okay, very good. Let's do a commit for that. Add button to open inspector. Right. Right, so we added this and we want to see if it makes any difference. And we're looking at text files. No, doesn't make any difference, but now we should be able to see it in the inspector. This thing. Right. Why? Why is it got a width there? Are there some style settings for like overflow, and why aren't they on by default? That's my question. Wait a second. Is the problem with the panel? Or was it with... I mean, let's click on this. So the horizontal stack itself is too wide. The path itself is too wide. So this is being resized because of this, maybe. So, you know, but I specified a width full on this, and it's ignoring me. I don't like it when computer programs that I'm in charge of ignore me. They ignore my intent. I don't like it. It's confusing. So what are we supposed to do? What can we do? I mean, like, if I set a width, that's how wide I want it to be. I don't want it to be somewhere around that. Or maybe sometimes bigger than that, maybe sometimes smaller than that. I want it to be that. If I want to, you know, have a automatically sized one, I want a min width and a max width, and then the layout can decide how big it should be. I see other examples using these flex rows and columns things. I don't know what they're all about yet. It's possible that we should be using, like, these things. And there's a grid as well. I mean, like, what are these going to do? And why is there a max size? I suppose that makes some sense. What is max width? Right, I see. So that's saying that the max width is as wide as the... Why does it let it be? Yeah, that makes sense. What's this text clip thing, do we think? Right. We know that this isn't going to work because the other overflow doesn't work, right? Pretty sure that's not going to work. But we'll try it. No, you see, it doesn't make any difference. Still broken. What else can we do then? Well, because apparently the text overflow and wrapping and all this kind of doesn't work because there's no breaks in the text. That's what I was told. And it's not and there isn't any alternative thing implemented yet. This flex stuff is very strange as well. It's very odd to see like rows, columns, cells, grids and all this kind of thing on things that are not in some kind of flexible layout container that hasn't been explicitly created with some styling thing that makes it a flexible thing. Right, they just appear on like on everything that you can style. I'm not really a big fan of the style system yet, and I've barely even touched it. So I don't see any options. I don't see any options. So we're going to go still failing to fix path element which well, it's not, I mean, it's not even just the path element, is it? This is the other thing. Still failing to fix path element, let's say width. Because the other problem we've got, let's just go back to it, it's not even just on the path. The problem is worse than that, right? If we go open and pick one of our files, right? Sure, it happens on the path, but it also happens on this, right? And it shouldn't. And it even happens on this as well, which is the label, the other label. So we certainly don't want to go to every single label and every single element and do additional size and styling things on them to make sure that it doesn't happen. Like, Okay, let's make this big. Right, inspect first. Let's make it this big, and then can I recapture it? Yes. Okay, recapture it. Right. So we've got this, and this select thing is behind this, right? It feels like it should just be like clipped. There's no like clipping region. You would think that a container would clip its children, right? It clearly does when it renders it, but the event system still passes events through. I think the problem isn't really with the view system, right? It's with the event system. This is how I see it. Like if I click on this bit, right, the thing behind it should be clipped by this container, the width of this container, right? So because it's clipped, right, it shouldn't even appear in the list of things that are behind where I'm clicking. Yeah, it's a bug for sure. I don't think there's anything I should do to try and fix that. It should just clip it. It should just clip it to the container. Right, we've got this info panel. This is the container which isn't clipping things. So let's just see if there's any random things we can add on this, just for shits and giggles. So we've got this width, 20%. And let's just see if there's any like clip thing. There's no clipping thing. Overflow. No. I don't think there's anything I can do to fix it. Or if there is, I can't see it from the API that I'm looking at. Margins, maximum, minimum size, width, height. Yeah, we've already done that. We've got width. Padding stuff. Stuff to do with transitioning. No. What's this display thing here? Like, what is this? This is like some CSS thing, isn't it? Block layout algorithm. Like, does it default to that anyway? Is this one of these things where we need to know right, it's in Taffy. Let's just run it and see what happens. Because I don't know anything about Taffy. I've never used it before. We're going to open a thing. No, that doesn't make any difference. So, yeah, no. You know, we tried. So it's not, that doesn't do anything. I kind of want to know how to use this grid thing. Let's because this info panel, basically the way that this is going to work is, or the way it should work is, there's supposed to be a label and a thing, and a label and a thing, and then all the labels are supposed to be aligned, and all the things on the right are supposed to be aligned to the widest label, right? Okay, looks like we're going to do a little bit of styling to see what happens. Let's create a method which does this. Info panel row. And it's going to give us some view thing back. So let's try and use this here, right? And then instead of a label here, we have a string. And this H stack we're going to move into here. So I guess this is what? Title, perhaps? String reference? And then the thing that it is, I don't know, RHS, I suppose, is good enough. And then, let's see, if I put the wrong type here, the compiler will tell me what the type of this is. Like so. Found a label, right? But it's not really a label. I don't really care about it being a label because what here we've got a static label and the other one here is a label, but it's just something that implements view really. But can we do this? And do this, maybe. Okay, sure. Title escapes out of it. Well, okay, right now it doesn't. Right, so we've got info panel rows now. So let's use info panel row over here. Okay. Do we compile? No. Oops, daisy. That wasn't supposed to be like that, was it? Right, and we've got these extra little brace things here now, which we don't need. so we can get rid of them. Thus. Right. Should still work. Yeah. Right. So now these things, we need to style these perhaps and say that this is a grid and this is a, I don't know, do we need to make it a row? Let's have a look and see where row is used anywhere else. Nowhere. Row, flex, I don't know, flex direction, we've got row, grid row, row gaps. Let's see if flex row is used. Flex row. Looking for examples of how this might be used. So we've got form item. Okay, so the widget gallery has got this form and form item thing, and this is kind of the approach that we're going for. But it's not really a form item, but it's the same kind of thing though, right? So it's got a container and it's got a, so the stack. Right, and this is one of these weird cases of having a stack that's not an H stack or a V stack, and then you have to, and then something else does something with it. This is weird. Okay, we're gonna try this. We're gonna try this. So it's not going to be an H stack. Items center. I don't know about this item center, but I don't know what it does yet. So it's a stack. Oh, right. So there's no stack tuple xed thing. So we have to go stack here. And import it. And then we have to do the double bracket thing that we stopped doing in other places. Right. So sure, we've got flex row. Now the container for the form in this example probably has what does items start do? Probably need this. We've got a flex column. Okay, so the info panel is going to be a stack. So let's make it a stack as well. So we've got a row and we've got a column. And then here it's got a container which has got what in it? Why does it need a container? Because the so the label might be any particular size, but the container, all the containers need to be resized. So it resizes probably the containers and not the children of the containers. Fine. So in that case, we need to have a container here which is styled. And then what's this supposed to be? And we've got a label width. I suppose. But is this a percentage? Kind of seems a bit funny to specify the label width like that, but we'll try. We'll just hard code it for now. I mean, what's it doing? We'll do a margin as well. Let's run that. And then let's see what happens. We've got this path and we've got a selection. We've got a margin, but there's no semblance of any kind of grid or anything going on whatsoever. So this one hasn't expanded to be the width of the selection thing. So yeah, that doesn't work yet. Probably because I don't know what we're doing. So it's got it seems very odd. I don't see why you need all these things. We've got a container with a stack with a container, and then you have to style the container itself with flex row, and you have to style the stack in the container with flex row. We'll try it. I don't know quite why we need all these extra containers, but whatever. So the stack, which is this one, I put flex row on it, right? And then in the example, there's another container which has some children. Does it have one thing? And that also has flex row on it, right? And this has got a width of 100%. I mean, why can't I suppose. Then what happens? Okay, some semblance of progress. but the bug still exists. You know, so we didn't fix that. Let's break out this info panel row thing to something. Let's go build info panel for now. Right, and we've got this stack thing here which is styled and all the rest of it, right? But some of this style needs to be inside this and some of this style needs to be elsewhere. Great. We're going to run into fun now. Because this children is a tuple thing, right? So this thing here, this stack takes children, right? And we're going to use this view tuple, and I really don't like this. I really, really don't like this tuple thing. Let's paste that here. Yeah, okay. I don't care about tuples. What's wrong with a list? Okay. Children. Vector of child. Okay, so we're going to create the stack with the children. And then we're going to take this bit of the style but because we don't want anybody screwing around with the stack that we created, we're going to create a container and return that. Right. And then people can futz around with the container, but they ain't going to be futzing around with our stack. So now this style is going to be applied to the container. Right, and then here we get, and then where we've got this stack currently, we're going to use this. Let's see if that works. It does indeed seem to behave as it behaved before. And the bug still exists. We're not expecting to fix that. So let's go, I don't know, let's create a file or a mod called, no, not a directory. Oops, I keep doing that. It's very jarring when you accidentally click on that. Pub mod views or something. It's not really views, but yeah, let's go UI, whatever. And then in here, let's go pub mod info panel. Seems reasonable. And then we've got these methods here. and we're going to take them and put them in our info panel thing, right? And we're going to fix a bunch of imports because for some reason Rust Rover isn't clever enough to copy the import statements over when you paste text into a new file. Right, so now we've got that, but we've probably broken our text document because it doesn't know how to get to these now. Now these need to then be public now so that the IDE can find them and suggest an import. Come on, there we go. Can we rename this to info panel? Now I've got this and I've got this. Is that okay? Yes. Okay, clean up some imports. Right, so we've got that. Now what I want to do is do a commit and then reuse that stuff, this info panel, in the other document. Right, so we've done that. So in our text document, we've got building a view where we create an info panel and we create rows. All good. Right, but in our image document, we've still got this old code, which is making an info panel like this. So we need to fix that. So we create an info panel with some children, right? And then this we extract to here, and then we put this back here, and then we've got our info panel, right? But the info panel HStack things, these need to be info panel rows now. Right. But this doesn't take children like this, and it doesn't take static labels, but it does take these things. Sure. And then let's quickly compare these two things. Static label, style, yada yada yada. Yeah. Okay. All right, so we've got our two things there, so we're sort of using that. And we'll follow the same approach that we were doing here. So we're doing this let content equals then whatever, right? And then this is the content. And then we're creating some content from these two things. But we were using the new way of doing it, which doesn't work for all the different types of stacks. And this is supposed to be an H stack with full height and full width. Thus. And now we don't need these comments in here because we've got names for these things. Okay. So now when we look at the image thing, we should have the same sort of spacing and margin stuff going on, right? Which we do. And we still have the bug. But fine. Fine. Yeah. Okay. Let's do a commit for that. Yeah. So we use the image, we use that. That's what we did. That'll look sort of okay. Commit. So we still haven't got any closer to fixing the size of the path thing and the click bleed through stuff. I don't think it's for me to fix. Yeah. So let's make a note of this. Unable to work out how to prevent when child elements which are visually clipped receive mouse events from adjacent views. And then I'm going to put a screenshot in here just so that we can see that. So we go image file. Let's just make this a bit smaller. We don't need all this in the screenshot. Yeah. I suppose we could actually create a little video snip. Can we do a... Oh, no. Hold on a second. Right, here we go. Go. Copy that. Is this going to work, do we think, when we try and paste that in there? Does it work? Yeah, that describes the problem, doesn't it? Quite nicely, in fact. Yeah, so, yeah. Yes. Okay. So, all right. Next, what's next? Right. We've got a whole bunch of criteria, and we're still trying to meet them. Let's go back to let's go back to our sort of like requirements, which are, gosh, which were written over a week ago now. That's how long I've been trying to do this. All right, so what have we got? Open button, click, shows native file selector. Yes, yes, yes. We haven't done any language stuff yet. Yeah, tab bar. Do we want to do more work on the tab bar? I'm not too concerned about this right now. Let's see what's more important. Closing a single tab. That might be an interesting one to do, mind you. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. I can see we're going to get issues with this. Right. Right. Let's do that. So what are we doing? Like this user interface here has got these X buttons that appear when you hover over them, and then you can click them, and the X button doesn't visually detract from what you're looking at, and it does appear on the one that you've got selected, right? So, you know, this seems like a reasonable pattern to try and emulate. So let's have a go at that. Right. So we've got this UI thing, and we've got some stuff to do with tabs and all this kind of stuff. And at the moment, all of this code is all sort of buried in here, right? We've got this tab bar, which is one of these things, and oh, it knows about application state and all the, you know. And I kind of feel like we should be pulling that out and putting it somewhere else. I don't know. But how much of this would actually be pulled out of here? Like, I suppose all the styling stuff would be pulled out, right? And I suppose here, instead of creating a button, we'd be creating a tab item. So let's deal with this. Mod tab bar. Okay, that's what we're doing. So we need a function, I suppose. What's it going to take? It's going to take the same things that the din stack is going to take. Yeah. Let's have a look at this, because this is in views, right? So are we trying to make a view? Why do we need to make a view instead of just like a function that creates stuff? Do we need to add behavior to this thing? Maybe we do. Honestly, I don't know. It's got impl view for it, and you can get an ID from it, and it can show you a name, and you have an update method. Why do views have an update method? then this self.children. What's this children? This is on. Do I care about all this? I don't know. I don't think I do. Well, I mean, what can you do with a din stack other than... So you can call various methods on it. There's a whole bunch of stuff to do with diffing thing, but there's no additional methods on this view. I'm not sure whether it needs to be a view. Okay. Well, this is going to be fun, isn't it? So we've got this din stack, but we need the method signature of this, right? Which is basically the same as all of these because we're just wrapping it, right? So how about we just copy all this? It seems a bit ridiculous, but okay, fine. One of the other things that we are going to be having is on this tab bar, we're going to need to have like various different controls so that when there are too many tabs, we can still access all of the tabs, right? So we don't want to return a din stack. Let's make it an actual thing. Let's make it a tab bar of type T. And we're going to need to do that. Right. So what are we going to actually do here? Right, because in here we've got this din stack, right? And it does a bunch of stuff and then you can style it. Let's have a look at how the din stack is created. So it goes new view ID. How are we gonna? So this is where it creates a din stack. So okay. No idea. Well, we've got this state. And really, do we want like the signal to be passed in for the active one? Wait a second. because we've got we've got this signal which we change when we click on one, right? And we want to wrap that behavior. Oh gosh. How are we going to do this? Well, okay. First, let's start by creating a tab bar, right? Yeah, I suppose you just create phantom data, because this is one of these zero size types. Now at some point, we're going to need to make a din stack using these arguments that we've passed in. So let's try and do that first. How and where would we do that? Kind of curious as to what some of the other views do that might wrap other things. So the text one, how about, where's the implementation of view for this? Right. I've no idea how to create a view. Where? How? Okay, let's look at a container, because a container surely is probably the simplest example, no? So a container's got a view ID, and you pass it something, which is the same situation we're in. And it goes set, oh, I see, there's a set children method, and you can pass that to it. Right. Okay. So I suppose we do that. So we need a thing. And we put the ID in it. And then I suppose here we go let din stack. We'll just call it that for now. And then in main we've got this, we've got all this, right? but we've got the methods here. So we go done stack, and then we've got the each fun, the key fun, and the view fun, right? And then we get a din stack back, and then I suppose we can go id dot set children, and then go din stack like this. But I don't think this set children, it wants a vector, so it's fine. Children, or what else can we do with this ID? Add child? What about that? So it needs to be a box. Do we put it in a box? I don't know, maybe? Okay, so now import view for tab bar. Oh dear. And then what? We're going to need all these as well. And then we're going to need to repeat all this. That's going to get very tiring very quickly. And the bare minimum of things that we can implement was in this container, which is ID and debug name. Oh. Oh, okay. We only need T. Only the new method needs all the other things. Okay, that's not quite so hideous. Fine. Sure. Okay, let's see if we can use this. So we go, what? Tab bar. And now we get a tab bar of type, you know, all this stuff. Right. So here we want to do some default styling. Okay. Right. Let's see if this compiles. No. I mean, right, so you wrapped a din stack. So it should work. You know, it seems to work. Fine. Everything's fine. So let's have a look in here. What else are we trying to extract from here? So we've got this tab bar. We create a tab bar. Now, this tabs thing here is now at the moment this is a tab kind and a tab name, right? But I feel something inside of me is telling me this, that this should be like this. Because the fact that the name is stored along with the tab kind in some signal is meh. Do we care? I don't know. I don't know at the moment. I don't know. And this active tab thing, yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't feel like I should have tabs and active tabs as being a thing. It should be just like tabs is like a tab bar, and then that might have an active thing, and you can ask it for the signal and so on. Right. Active tab. So this is used all over the place at the moment, like this. It feels like you need to be able to ask the tab bar for its state, but am I thinking about this the wrong way? Because that's how my brain is used to thinking about writing all this stuff, but it seems to be that in a reactive system you have to write it the opposite way around, where you have to say, here are the details of the things that I'm going to use, and here thing have the details, and one of the details is like a signal of where the active tab is stored, or the signal of like the active tab's name, which is just super weird. And it feels backwards and weird to me. So where's a better place to move this and this to, and this? Like, how do we encapsulate this? Should we be trying to encapsulate it? Yes, because we want to be able to test it and reuse it independently without having to know about all this sort of applications state malarkey everywhere, right? Okay, so it feels like we want to move some of this into our tab bar. Because all of this setting the active tab, you know. So let's pass in, and this is probably going to not work, but we're going to try it. Right, I want to pass in app state dot active tab. Right, this is the signal that I want the buttons to have an action for that automatically gets updated. So this active tab is one of these. So let's try and put that in here and here. Now, let's see if it even compiles. It does. Right. So where we've got this view function, how are we going to do this? Maybe we don't pass it in there. Maybe we pass it in. It's just so weird doing this. Right, because I've got a couple of options here. You know, maybe we don't do that. Maybe that's a bad idea. Maybe what we do is do a pub fun add tab, which takes that active tab signal. Which then returns, you know, a tab button. Like one of these. And we've got this index thing here, which is part of this. God. It occurs to me that all of these are actually identical and we don't actually care about the tab kind. We used to care. The only thing that's different is this println, right? Okay, so fine. Let's do this. Let's forget that. Yeah, let's forget that. We've got this view function here at the moment, right? What if we didn't pass this in? And we move the entirety of it into this. Let's just see what happens. Right. And we decided that we don't actually care about the tab kind. So let's get rid of this match statement and just deal with this. Right. Now, we passed in this active tab thing here. So we basically want to do this, right? And this, we've got this tab key thing here. We've got this K here. I think we should be using K over here. But this is creating a new tab key. Which is a bit tricky. Because I can't go K new. But I can create a new trait. Let's say new tab key like this. But because where's that U size thing gone? Because we can't write this basically. Let's get rid of this view function requirement. View function had a V. And we don't use V anymore either. I suppose we're going to get a compile error on here, but I just want to see what it. can we use these types here? So this is dear. It doesn't know what these are. What were they? Hard to know now. We deleted it. I suppose we can just do a git stash and have a quick look. So we've got a U size, and it's a U size because a key function, because this returned a tuple. So whatever this returns, each fun is the same type that we need here somewhere. Okay. Tab bar. My tab bar's gone. Whatever this returned, which is I, is this how can we do this? Like, this is the T, but we need the concrete class of T. It's not really what we sort of want to do, really, is it? I don't know. Oh, can we actually just do what it says here? Do we not need to know about the types? Can we align the types? I mean, it tells us to add this, but can we? I don't see how we can do that. Yeah, it can't infer the type. Yeah. Yeah, the fact that it's a string is probably okay, but this what are we passing over here? This is probably where the problem is coming from. It's probably because we're doing this. And this is, you know, got the details of the fact that there's a string in there. Let's see if we can fix that. We're gonna need to say a T. It gives us a T and a tuple of T and string back. Right? A tuple of T and string. Okay. can I infer type? Well, we'll put string there. And now we get 7 errors. Fantastic. That's not right. Right. What can we do here? What was that last thing I did wrong? Probably. Oh, I see. This is supposed to be maybe T and then a string here because we've got this. Oh, but this isn't really. This isn't a signal, is it? This is this isn't a signal. This isn't a string. It's RW signal string. And at some point we'll try and move some of these into here. Well, we got rid of one error. Okay. Right, but we know we don't have this. But this key fun. So we need to fix this. Yeah. Which we can't really do like this. Because it equals an hash on the key, but this isn't really. You get a reference to T, but we don't get reference to T because T is supposed to be this. Let's just add the tuple there and see what happens. T doesn't implement debug, that's fine for now, we'll just comment that out. And what's happening here? Where expected tab key, but it found a K. But oh. So I suppose we need to move this up here. And maybe add that all down here. I don't know. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's fine. We've got a type mismatch here. So we don't, we've got this view function. So it's moaning about this being right. Why is it want to do that? That's a bit weird. Let's just comment this out for a moment and just go none here and then fix this up in a minute. Expected a closure of this, but it found this other thing. Can we create... How do we do this? Found signature. Do we need to... undo that? So what we get from this is any view. What? Consider wrapping the function in a closure. Why? The suggestion is to comment everything out. Well, comment out this and call the method. But then it doesn't do anything with arg0. So it seems to be somewhat silly suggestion. What are we missing here? Key function. Right. But this key function is not that. Okay. Wait, let me duplicate this for a moment. That must be this, because this key function is passed into us, right? And we haven't changed that. How do we do this? So wait a second, this iterate function, oh god, this is a mess, isn't it? This is returning, but then I need to use those. I need to know what the types are. Yeah, I'm just looking at the different error messages that we get. But it's, why has it got this tab kind thing here? Okay, maybe there's a problem with that. Maybe it's... Wait, hold on. It's not something stupid like this, is it? So it thinks, what does it think this index is? Index tab kind. Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe that wasn't supposed to be here. Hold on. Maybe that's supposed to be like this. Right, but now we're back onto the key. Right, okay. Yeah, okay. Right. So this view function is... is this... Let me put the original one back on. Right, so the key, we've still got problems with this key function, definition of key function. So it wants U size and a tuple of U size and T. Right. But we've still got to deal with this. We've still got to deal with this. Yeah. What do we do here? We're getting closer, but what's the problem? Let's remove this again, because perhaps this was wrong. Yeah, I don't think it is wrong. Yeah, this is wrong. This is supposed to be U size here. Yeah. And where is it supposed to be getting this? Because we need to call it. Yeah, jeez. We need to build this, right? Where do we get this string from? That's part of. Perhaps this was. That's that, isn't it? Hold on. Because this is T, but T is two things. How do we say it's a tuple? Should we have T1 and T2 up here? Or do we want a concrete type here? No, it still feels like this should be the tuple thing here. Right, but this T is that other thing though. Should this one also have this? And should this be this? Oh, we're close now, I think. Oh, wait a second. And it's not an RW signal of T. Oh. Aha! There we go. Oh, that was a bit of a faff, wasn't it? Okay, so, but now we've got to deal with this problem. Yeah, okay, fine. That took me a little bit longer than I thought it was getting. Struggling with that. Got there in the end. Right, so we can't do new on a K because we don't know how to create one. Let's just go. Let's create a trait called tab key factory with a fun new that takes an index which is a U size and it gives us a K back. Sure. So then we can say plus tab key factory plus whatever, right? No. Can we use self-referencing things in here? Oh, you can. Okay, good. Right. So tab key new takes index, right? So this tab key new method, so we can perhaps go impl tab key factory or something. Do we do that? Oh, impl tab key factory K for tab key. Am I doing this right? Probably not. Okay, okay. So we go tab key with the index. Right, something like that. Oh, this is probably supposed to be self. Oh, new. That's going to do a recursive thing, is it not? I don't know. I want to call this, but maybe we just do this. We ditch this. Right, and we probably need the trait for this now. And do we do that? Oh, we do. Okay. All right. Fine. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah. Okay, fine. So what happens now? It still works. I mean, that's good. It does indeed still work. Okay, so what do we do? Let's just review this. So we created a tab bar, but most of the details of which are now hidden, which is good. And honestly, we can probably get rid of this as well. Probably could. Because, wait a second, because this is going tab key new with an index, right? But in my tab bar, I'm also going tab key new with an index. So maybe do we... We've got this key function. Can we not just use the key function here instead? Now that I look at it. Can we not just go key fun index? But we need the tab kind as well. We've got the tab kind. We've got this index. It wants a reference to a U size. And a reference to a tab kind, perhaps? No, a reference to this. Yeah, because that's what we said. So maybe we don't need this tab key factory after all. Wait, what? Is this really a tab kind here? Oh, right. This is not a tab kind. This is tab kind and then name. Do we have the name here? Not sure we should be doing all of that. But I suppose if you've got all that information, you can definitely create a key. Okay. What does it want? Use the key function. Why can't I call this key function here? Of course, you know. This closure implements fn once, not fn. This closure is fn once because it moves the key function out of its environment. Well, you know. Maybe we shouldn't be doing this, basically. Let's see if we can move this out of here. Let's not do that. Let's just let's undo this. We're not going to use this key function anymore. Let's go back to using a trait like we were, and then get rid of this key function. It doesn't know what any of these things are. Oops, an daisy. Not sure. Yeah. But wait. We don't we don't use this KF anymore. Yeah, that's why. Right. Right. Okay. Now what happens? We've got a home tab. I can open images. I can open text. Right. So we moved more of that stuff from there, which is sort of what we wanted. And now the tabs, yeah. Let's have a look at this tab bar. Yeah, it's sort of getting there. So we could probably introduce a type for this. Struct. Let's go pub struct tab. And then let's give it a key. Which is going to be an option of type K, right? Oh, it's generic-tastic today, isn't it? And then the other thing it's going to have is a name, which is going to be RW signal of type string. Oh, hold on. This is not an optional K. Let's make this T, because it's not the key. It'll be confusing otherwise. So we've got a tab, and it's got these things. Let's transition it to use that. But before I do that, let's do a temporary commit. Right, so that's what we're going to try and do. So, instead of this, we're going to go tab of tab kind like this. And then we're going to see what happens when we fail to do this. Because you just know You just know this is going to be. And let's go impl on the tab. Because I don't want to make this name public. And then what do we do? Clone the signal? Oh. Sure. But, you know. I don't know whether we want this yet. Let me just comment this out. Let's deal with it. Let's deal with it. So it's kind of weird that you've got active tab of type K, where this is. Kind of weird. Okay. So let's replace this with tab of type T. And I suppose here we go tab of type T. Right. And here we want to destructure it. Am I using the right syntax here? No. Am I using it right now? Why doesn't it know? Why is it confused? Oh. This isn't the key, this is the kind. Right. Okay. Right. Right. Now this tabs thing is a tab kind. We've got 1,000 errors. Get exists for this, but its trait bounds are not satisfied. Doesn't satisfy vector of tab bar clone. Right, so tab key, tab needs clone on it. Fine. We can clone this. That's okay. But I think this T needs clone on it. Is that implied? Right. So now we can go. Oh dear. I wasn't expecting to see this. It's confused because of the different types of tab now. let's call this tab item. And then in main, we're going to go tab item like this. Now I don't know why. Because it's doing tabs.get and enumerate. Okay. It was probably okay. It was probably okay. There wasn't two different ones. Why? Yeah, okay. So when we're adding tabs like we're doing here, we're doing this try update thing with tabs, we should be probably delegating this to the tab thing. I don't know. Why did it do that? What on earth is going on here? Stop changing the indent. Okay, and we do the same thing here. Why? Don't do that. That's really annoying, that is. No, it's not. I just made it public. Okay, we've got another one. Let's see if we can stop the ID from doing weird things. Stop reformatting it when I press the button. Tab kind. It's like, which order do you need to do the typing so that it doesn't reformat it and annoy you? Ugh, come on, ID. Right. Okay, so not tab kind, tab item. Okay, right. We've got all this stuff about cloning. Why? So you're right, because this needs to be clone, which it was, right? It was already, like, my tab kind is already clone, yeah. Right, and now it's complaining about this. Why? Right, because this is not one of these anymore. This is a tab item of type T. And this is a tab item. Let's not bother destructuring it here, except that we need to. Fine. That's the wrong thing, isn't it? Sure. We can put this back for now. And apparently we don't need labels. Right, does it work? It should do. We've got a tab. We can switch tabs. Still works. So we've got a tab bar. You know, we've got the implementation of the tab bar in something that is separate from the rest of the entire application now, which is good. And we didn't need this in the end, so we'll delete it. So let's have a look at main and see what it looks like now. So we create a tab bar, and all of those horrible key function, dim container stuff is completely hidden. We just go, I want a tab bar. Got a tab bar. That might have been a bit loud. I did that noise right in front of the mic. My bad. Right, so we've got our tab bar into which we can now like do other things such as, you know, like the overflow and containers and left right buttons and all this kind of stuff, right? And we're not going to be polluting the core of the application with a load of detail about how a tab bar works, because the core of the application doesn't care. It just goes, I want tabs. Give me tabs. So now it goes tab bar and a tab. Sanity prevails. And what does the application state look like? We've got a read-write signal to a vector of tab items of tab kind. Sure. The active tab is a read-write signal to an optional tab key. Not really sure. Not really sure about that tab key thing. Like, what is this tab key again? It's just like a U size. Yeah. Right. This tab key, it feels like it doesn't belong here anymore. It feels like it belongs in here. So let's deal with the fallout. So this thing probably needs to be here. That makes more sense. Let's get rid of that. And import that from the right place. Great, so we've got different types of tab. No keys, no nothing. Just different types of tab. Right, and we don't... Right. And we may come back and, you know, poke this tab key thing at some point, but it's fine for now. Active tab is never read, so I don't know, do we delete it? What did we do with it? Yeah, we moved this into here, so I suppose we don't need it. We don't need it yet, but if we do need it, we can put it back. Huh. Well, that's funny, isn't it? Okay, let me put that back for the moment. Oh no. Oh gosh. Redo. Oh, I hate the way it does that. God damn it. Right. For years, applications used to use Control Z and Control Y for undo and redo. And I keep pressing Control Y to redo, I think. Yeah, redo, revert the undo. But Control Y deletes the line instead. I'd rather Control Backspace deletes the line. I might go in and change my keyboard settings now because I don't think I'm ever going to unbreak my learning. Keyboard, key map. Redo. Right, see, it's supposed to be Control Shift Z or Alt Shift Backspace. And then delete line is Control Y. What does Control Backspace do? Nothing. Okay, so delete line. It's not very exciting for the stream, this, but it'll be better. Control Backspace. I literally just searched for that. Okay, let's just cancel that. Control Y still delete line? Yes, okay, fine. I'm not going to do that. Fine. Right, what are we doing? Active tab is never read. So let's do a commit now. This is what I was trying to do. Continuation, right? Now I thought I was going to need active tab in here, this signal, but apparently we don't yet. Maybe we need it later. I'm kind of curious how are views supposed to sort of maintain their own state and nothing ever touches a view once you create it? Is that how they're all supposed to work in these things? You're not supposed to touch a view once you've created it, and you don't have access to it. It just does stuff. Because I'm used to sort of like interacting with components and all this kind of thing in like other UI systems that I've used, like Swing and so on. Right, so does it ever need to know the active tab? Okay, let's leave it there for the moment and try and make it so that it styles the active tab, right, so that it's got a little underline bit on the bottom. Because maybe we'll need it when we do that. I don't think we are going to, though, because I think we've still got this one that came in here. So we've got this button. And we're gonna style it here. Do we style it here or do we style it here? And then there's this style thing, right? But there was also like a style apply if or something I saw. Style or apply. Apply if, right? This. And you probably get a style. And let's just say it always styles. And we go why is my indentation here and not like here? Dot, let's do a border bottom. Then how do we use border bottom? Right, so we've got border bottom and border color. Fine. So this can be 2. Okay, we're just going to see what happens with the compile errors. And then like I'm pressing backspace and it deletes the line. No. Border color, and we're just going to make it horrible for now, I suppose. Or maybe let's make it blue, not quite as horrible. Because these all need to come from like a theme or something like this, probably. Maybe we should be adding a class to this, but then you've got to go down the whole CSS route then, and I have thoughts on CSS. Fine. Right, so we should have this thing, so I want to make sure that all of the tabs now have a bottom blue bit on them. Right. So apparently you get a default border. I don't know. Let's try that. So there's no border. and then it looks like that. Right, but the problem is, let's just say apply if index equals 0 for the moment. We'll deal with the actual active tab thing in a minute. It needs to use index, so it needs move. Right, so if I create two home tabs, one of them should have a blue bottom and the other one should have some other rendering fault, probably. But it doesn't look too hideous. Right? Sure. Okay, fine. So we're going to need to deal with this active tab thing, right? So we were passed in an active tab, and this K is the key, which is the tab key, and we can compare keys. Yeah. How are you even supposed to do this? Right. Is active. Right, so we need this from somewhere. Right. Now, let's just do that for the moment. So we're creating this key here, right? But this is created in a closure. Right. And it'll move that key into here, which we don't want. So then potentially we could look at the active key and then this key. Active tab dot get unwrap EQ and then that key. Because this one is for this one. Yeah. I don't know, maybe? Well, it doesn't have clone. Should we just create a new key anyway? Do we care? I don't want to repeat the code really. Sure. Keys need to be able to be cloned. Use the move value key. Yeah, because it moved this key into there and then it's... Do we have to clone it here as well? No. Screw it. I don't care about fixing that problem. I mean, I don't like it. Like, but I also don't want to introduce like random trait bounds. And I don't know other solutions, so you know. Maybe it works now. No, it crashes. Right. Yes, we're in the situation where there are no tabs. So we can't unwrap if it's none. Let's see. So we need something else here. Dot unwrap or not really unwrap or. It's like we want to do a comparison, but only if there is one. Is it, do we and? And then does that give us... do we do map? Oh, it's map or, isn't it? Yeah, it's map all that we want. And we have to specify and then that thing goes first. Right. Okay. How about now? This is going to be time for a break soon. So, it's not active. We click it, and now it's active. But for some reason, it's purple. It's probably because there's some funny CSS focus thing going on, isn't there? If I click off this, there, it's gone blue. Look, yeah, there's some funny focus on the tab. Let's do another one. Oh my god. Button's got some strange focus behavior. It's got some styling for when it's focused. I don't know how you get rid of that. Or whether we want to get rid of that. Can we add a margin to this thing? So we've got a button. Well, okay. We don't really want just a button, do we? What we're trying to do before we started this adventure was to try and put an X button next to it so we can close it. So we're going to need a container to put two buttons in one of which is the X button. So let's create an H stack. No. And we'll move this styling somewhere else. A button can only contain one child. But I guess the child could be a container. Okay, maybe we do it the other way around. Let's think about this. Let's create let's create a container which is going to have a tab name label and a close button. But we're going to do it the other way around because that's what you're supposed to do. Right. And yeah. So instead of putting the tab name label in here, we put the container in there. But we need a close button. So we're going to create a close button. With an X. Small x, big X, dash, X. Right, and then at some point we'll add some on blah 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 stuff to this. Right, and then we're going to have spacing issues and all this kind of malarkey, right? Let's see what it looks like. We've got home and we've got an X. Because you want to be able to click anywhere in the tab thing, right? So like just here to select it. For instance, I'm in my ID there. And then when I hover over it and do it, we've got that, right? So do we have this behavior? So I can select tabs, I can click to the right of it and it's okay. But when I click the X button, it's still going active tab function. Because it still thinks I'm clicking the button. Even though I'm not, I'm clicking the X button on top of the button. So let's see that. Let's just make sure that. So we go print line. Tab clicked. And here we're going to go dot action and go close clicked. Right, and we're going to look and see what appears when I press the X button. X. So it's got close clicked. And if I press this, we've got tab clicked. Okay, because we've now added an on-click handler to it, it's stopping the event propagating up to the parent. I suppose that makes sense. because this action button is an on-click stop. It just wraps on-click stop. You see, look there, on-click stop. So, okay. So we can differentiate between that and that and this. Everything's fine there. So then we've got some. Let's do some styling. Let's have no border on it. I don't know if that's the way to get rid of the border. But now I've got little X buttons. But when I click it, it's doing this whole sort of weird animation thing. Like this fading. And making the tab flash. Which I don't really like. And also there's another thing that's happening as well, is that the vertical offset of these tabs is all funky, like the X button and then the home thing are not vertically aligned. So let's try fixing the vertical alignment first. Now we've got an H stack. Let's try doing a style here. Item, align. What can we pass in here? Align items. Baseline. Where does this live? This is in Taffy. Let's try using baseline. Honestly, no idea. Probably need to read more about how this Taffy works. Is it? What do we do here? That was weird. It didn't initially come up. I don't know. Probably still going to be wrong. Oh. I'm shocked. Okay. Now we've got this close button, but we only want to see the close button when we're hovering over the close button. But we want to make it take all the space and all this kind of stuff, right? So how do we trick it into doing that? Do we change the text color of it or something? Because we've not specified any background colors or anything like this. Can we go? Well, hold on. This thing here is something that can be styled. Let's go color and make it I don't know. Let's just have red and green for now, right? And then we go apply hover or something. Oh god. Oh no. Apply selectors probably. What is a style selector? Hover. I mean, I have no idea. Let's search for the word hover. Oh, there's a hover style. Okay, fine. So apparently go what, hover here? Oh yeah. Alright. Let's just see what happens. So it's red when we're not hovering over, and it should be green when I hover over it. Fine. So if we make the hover style red, and then make this, like, how do we make it the same as the background? The same as the text, the same as the background is what I want to say. Well, I don't know what the background is. Can we make it transparent? There is a transparent style, that's interesting. Okay. Oh look, we get an X button when we hover over it. Okay. Yeah. There's also some faint outline which is really hard to see on my screen. Which only appears when you hover over it. Which I guess isn't the end of the world. Can we set the background colour? Background colour, and then I don't know. Let's make it black. Maybe that might be too much. Dark grey. Right. Ew. But there's still this area around it. Are we supposed to? I mean, it's got a button, and then we've got this button. Oh, but this is the label. Wait a second. Wait a second. I don't think we want to be doing the background color there. I think we want to be doing the background color here. Maybe we do it here. Look, we've got a dark grey thing when we hover over it. But it's got this weird fade thing. But the X only appears when you hover over the actual X and not everything else. Maybe Maybe we move this into here as well so that this picks it up. I don't know. No. Because I want it so that when you hover over the button, oops, that's the wrong kind of bracket. What does it do? I want it so that when you hover over, I suppose if we turned off some of the other silly things on the button, because it's got this like round border thing on it on the button. We don't want that. Well, I thought we turned the border off. Is there some margins? I mean, what's already on a button? Let's have a look. It's got this button class. Should we not have a button class on a button? Should we override the class? How do we undo the class of a button? Is there a remove class once you've added it? What's this class do? Style class. Class C. Can we just go tab button? When does this ever get used? What on earth is this doing? What's class supposed to do? Is this creating like a class called button class? I have no idea what this is supposed to do. Like, it's doing it twice. Is it saying that things inside it with the SVG class have this style on it? Is that what it's trying to say? The children of it? card. Does the card have a button? It does have buttons. So it's saying all the buttons inside this container have this style. Right. Now that's sort of what it's doing, but that's not what I want. So button style is a... I don't think I want that. This is not what I thought it was going to do at all. But then do you get the original style and then you modify that style? Because it's a closure? Like, I want a button without any styling. That's it. How are you supposed to do it? But it's added a class to it. You know. View class. Okay, how about you've got add class. So you can add a class to your view, but you know. Where's this? Aye, don't do that. Where's this come from? So it makes a new class like this. I mean, it's kind of interesting, but no. I don't want to apply a new style to an existing class. At least I don't think I do. I just want to remove the class so that it doesn't have any styling on it. Apply overriding styles. What does this do? Right. What's this style value? But it's here it talks about style value, and here it talks about style. What? Yeah, so this button style thing here, look, in this theme, I don't know, but does this even get used? Probably it does, but yeah, there's this transition of the background. Yeah, this is what I don't want to use. How do we? I just want no style. Set class, blah blah blah. Apply. What about like default? Should I be reading some documentation somewhere at this point? Probably. But, you know, where am I going to look? Views, sure. Widgets, no. Local state, no. Customizing appearance, maybe. Calling it style method, yeah, we're doing this. Inherited from parent views and can be overridden. How do you override it? How do you override everything? Don't have the time or patience to make their own theme. Yeah. 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 Oh my god. It's just honestly. Should I be trying to remove all the styles from it? Right. Should I be saying no, the class is my new style class with nothing on it? Is that what I'm supposed to be doing? Right. So we've got this button class. Right. And this button class comes from somewhere. Let's search for that other one. This thing. This gutter class thing. Where does this come from? This is a macro which does some stuff. So is this how you create a new class? it creates a struct called whatever, and it creates a key, and it creates a key, and it blah 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 blah. And there's no sort of styling on it. Fine, we'll try this. Tab close button class, right? And then can we go dot set class? No. Can we go class? And then why do we have? What am I supposed to do with this? Nothing. Oh, that was my one. What does everyone else do with it? I have no idea what this class thing is supposed to do. Not really. Like, is this applying? It's applying this stuff to the style originally created by this, right? Wait, what? Wait a second. Am I supposed to be going? Doing this? Maybe. But it's going add class. I don't want to add the class. I want to remove the other ones. Class if. Remove class. Finally we get somewhere. Right. Okay, so I don't know. Right. So you remove the class on the view, and then when you go to style it, you can apply additional classes. Fine. Right. Okay. So now we don't have the border around the X thing. So now we are free to make this button do other stuff, probably. Right. Now, how do we make that work then? Okay. So, we're changing the background. So we've got border colors, which is not really what we want. Maybe it's a padding. Padding, let's say 3 pixel padding. Working in pixels is a bit funny, really, to be honest. Right. but the X thing only appears when you hover over the little X thing, right? Which is not really what we want. Let me disable this and put let's use another color. Let's go orange here. Just so that we can see just so that we can see if it goes orange and then red as we hover closer to it. No. So how are we supposed to get? Maybe we should put the padding on this. Ah, that does it look. There we go. Right. We've finally got a close button that hovers over it and shows stuff. Fine. Let's go margin left. 5 pixels. Sure. Knew it was going to do that. I knew it. I just knew it. Right, so I guess we go margin right on the other one. We've got the tab name label, this one, tab name label, tab name this one. Oh gosh. Oh, whoops. This was supposed to be margin right. Let's add some padding to this of 5 pixels as well. Let's see what that looks like. We've got giant buttons. Yeah, I don't think that was right. Padding left. Aye. Oh look, there's a horizontal padding. That's actually useful. Okay, so we can close things. We can click it and it goes underlined. We can add multiple tabs and you can see which one's there, and we've got an X button and we want to make this X button do stuff. We're going to ignore the fact that we've got flashy black and white text on this thing, which is more this button style thing. Can we, yeah, maybe we should do that as well. Let's remove the button class from this as well. And then we're going to go, what is this? Tab. Because this was the close button. Tab button class. Sure. Tab item class, perhaps? Probably. Is Is it? Oh, it is. Just was about to pass comment on that. You've got to remove, but you don't have an add. Often when you see remove, it makes you think you can add things as well, because you can have more than one of them. So the API there wasn't nice. And it would probably be clearer that class actually adds a class if it was called add class, as opposed to class which sets the class or sets the only class as well. As in, does it remove all the classes and set one class when you go class, or does it add a class? You don't know. What have you got to do? You've got to go into the implementation and look. Oh look, it adds a class. Huh. Like, call it add class. That's how I would do it anyway. I'm not writing GUIs though. Good Lord. Glad I'm not. It's a lot of work. Right, so now we've got our home button and it hasn't got silly flashy effects on it. Good. Right, and when one of them was active, it made it bigger, right? When I clicked the first one, we've got no active tab at the moment, which honestly is probably a problem. But when I clicked one of them, the whole tab bar got bigger. So I've got this border bottom, but I think we always need a border bottom. Which should be blue if it's active. Right. So now it's black, which is probably the default style for the border. And then we click things. I mean, it's not entirely as hideous. And I suppose there wasn't one active, and therefore, yeah, it's kind of weird not having an active tab though. Probably need to make one active as soon as we add a tab. Okay, let's go. I don't know. Yeah, you see, it's funky, isn't it? Close or add two tabs. Probably shouldn't be that color. Let's make the background and the border we've got a label, we've got a background color dark grey, so maybe this button should have a background of color dim grey as well. Let's just see what that looks like. I don't know if I put it in the right place, but maybe we did. Huh. There's some weird don't really want to be able to select text in these. And then I suppose here we have to go background and then colour. Or should this be transparent? Let's make these transparent, in fact, so that the person creating the tab bar can set the tab bar background easily. I don't know whether that's a good idea, but background. Let's make it grey. Not the English spelling of grey, but the American spelling of grey. You do say the letter A, I suppose, so not grey. It's the wrong way around now. Let's make the tab bar where we use it in the main app. Because we should have some tab bar, we go tab bar, and here we've got this background colour here. So what if we didn't even style this here? What if we went add class? No, god damn it, man. Class tab bar class. Semicolon. Now, does din stack? And surprisingly, we've still got this grey background colour here. Not entirely sure why there would be. It's kind of weird. I guess it doesn't have any of its own things. It's kind of weird. I was looking to see if there's any classes added by this din stack thing, but I couldn't find anything. So let's go back to the main, and where we've got a tab bar, we're going to go background and say color. Let's say dim grey here as well. And then we've got dim grey on the container below it. Right. And we can see some tabs. There's this weird like divider thing between these things. I don't know where it's coming from. Where's this blue coming from? Tab bar, probably blue. Let's make this light grey. And then we've got this red thing here. It probably should be what? Light grey as well. We've got the text. The text is kind of the wrong colour really at the moment. Let's fix the text colour. We've got the tab name label. Probably we need to be creating styles for these. But we can transition to those once we get the styles in the right place to start with. But we don't want to transition there. We want to say colour. And we'll use the light grey here as well. Sure. And that looks horrible. Let's change the main to use dark grey. And dark grey. Doing all this making it look pretty stuff takes forever. That's not really dark grey, is it? What other greys are there? Dark slate grey. Got a dim grey. Grey. Light grey. Slate grey. Let's go with dark slate grey then. It's green. What the? No. 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 How'd you do the RGB thing again? Yeah, RGB 8. Oh, no, you can go past, can't you? Is that how we do it? Is that what we did before? Who remembers? Oh, you have to unwrap it. Oh, I changed the wrong thing. Oh gosh. I'm supposed to be changing these. I suppose we can go let const very dark grey. Color. Is this a const function? Ha! No. Do we think that's going to compile? No. Well, maybe. Cannot call blah blah blah. Yeah. Like, where are these other colors defined? Pub const. So I can't call pars to do it. Fine. Something like this, but done properly. But we don't need to unwrap it anymore, and then it can be const. Maybe something like that. Can we find the dark grey anymore? No. It wasn't this one, it was this one. And this, was it this one? No, that's the toolbar, tab bar, this one. We still haven't got it, we still don't use this active tab thing, it turns out. So, you know, we've got tabs. Okay, so let's make, we've got this dark grey, but dark grey wasn't dark. Dim grey was though. That doesn't look very dim. Oh, am I doing the wrong thing? Got the colour of the name. Background colour, dim grey. Are we doing the wrong colour here? Yes. Change the wrong thing. This probably is supposed to be dim grey though. Let's try that. You can just be faffing around with this forever and just lose your entire life to like styling user interfaces. I don't know, who has the patience for this stuff? Look, we've got tabs. We've got this baseline thing. I don't know. Wait a second. I want the hover background color to, let's just go, yeah, we'll go dark grey on this one. I think that was right. Because we wanted to see the X against the background. We wanted to have that little background there. It's not even dark. Close button. Wait. So when you hover over, wait, what? I've got a close button. Yeah. And when we hover over the button, the background of it goes like this. Okay. This we set to be transparent. Let me put a margin of 2 pixels on it. Let me go to this one. So we've got this border bottom. Let's say margin top 2 pixels. Should it be a margin or a padding? That's the question. I think it's supposed to be padding. Trying to get it so that the background X doesn't go too high, but it still does either way. It doesn't really sort of make any difference there. It's probably good enough for now. Just you'd be all day doing this. So I'm not even writing my own application. I'm just writing some example thing at the moment. Right. What do we do here? We basically added a close button, but the close button doesn't do anything yet. Added close button and styling. Sure. Right. Let's try and make this close button actually close, and then once I've done that, we're going to be done. So we've got 4 hours into it today. So this is when your boss asks you, how long is it going to take you to create a tabbed user interface where you can display a couple of things? You go 2 weeks, and you'd be wrong, because after 2 weeks it would still look like, well, you'd be wrong. Trying to create a close button. Here we go. So we've got this thing here. It says close clicked. Now we need to do something in here. What? What do we do? Where do we send it? Who's it going to go to? What? What can we do here? So when we did this new document form, right? We've got this button. It was an OK button, right? This one. And what we did is we passed in our own signal, which we can use to create events. so that when something happens, such as a tab being closed, an event gets passed to the thing that wants to know about that kind of event. So it feels like we should just do the same thing here. And then at least it's consistently bad or the same everywhere we do it. So this new document form has an event signal like this. So when we create a tab bar, let's create a tab bar event signal, right? And this is a type. Right? And this type uses an event class, right, which is an enum which we're going to rename to tab bar event, and we're going to say tab closed. Right, so now we can send this event using an event signal. And the way that we did it here was this. Thanks IDE. Right, so we need something in here, right? And then let's look at the other thing that was on this for a second, because we said a tab signal has a document key in it, but that's a lie. We probably need a tab key, probably. Now, we can create tab keys. So we're just going to create a tab key again. And at some point, we'll try and deduplicate this whole needless creation of tab keys. But for now, we're just going to send it. Tab bar event tab closed. And we need to know which tab was closed when the event was sent. Do you know what? I think the key belongs in here. Yeah. We're gonna change it. It's just going to be like this. Now, sort of the problem is here, we've got this tab bar event. It's sort of like a K. Where we're going to try doing it like this. Okay. So this needs to have, can we have generics on here? We're gonna need to do this, aren't we? You know we are. Right, and then down here, where do we do our thing? Tab close key. I mean, it might work. So now we need to pass our new signal into this tab bar. And what we said was we want one of these. So I don't know. Let's just create it here and see what happens. Let tab key tab bar event signal RW signal. Well, let's set the type. Option. Wait, hold on. Didn't we? Yeah, we can just do. Yeah, we can go like this, can't we? Maybe? Something like that, perhaps? And then now we can pass this in here. Okay, great. So we can send signals, but no one's listening to it. Does it compile first? It does compile. Great. So what are we supposed to do here? Create an effect? And then what do we want to do if, I mean, there's this close all is pressed, right? And it does this, tabs clear. Yeah, because this needs to be delegated to some tab thing, right? Close all, and it should probably send events out, one for each thing. And maybe you're not allowed to close it, you know? Because it might not be saved yet, for instance. And probably it should be handled by the type of document that you're trying to use. So if you're on the Home tab and you close the Home tab, it should be fine. But if you're on, say, a document, and that document has got unsaved content in it, right? You want to allow the document to prevent closing of the tab. And only the document knows if it's got unsaved content, in the same way that only the Home tab knows that it's okay for the Home tab to be closed. So, you know, so this is all sort of wrong, right? Our current requirements, however, just says they can be closed. So we don't need to do any delegation because there's no unsaved content and everything's fine. However, I still don't like it because it's all just bleh. It's just crap in like main. No, we don't like it. Okay, so let's look at this tab bar for a second. Okay, so we could put the signal in the tab item. So hear me out here. My thought is Oh, yeah, the tabs is one of these, and maybe you can ask the tab for its signal. I don't know. So we get this tab item. All right, and we get this because tabs is a vector of tab items. Right, and then we've got this creation of tabs. So we've got a name signal in here, and we could equally have an event signal here. Oh my god. I think part of the problem that I'm currently facing is that the tabs, right, this vector of tabs here and this active tab feel like they should belong in something which owns all of that. There should be a tab bar which has tabs. But I don't know, it's copying, cloning, all this stuff. It's like, when does this, we've got this signal, and I don't really know about the RW signals. Like, when you clone a signal, does it clone the entire vector of stuff? And is that expensive if you've got a lot of these things? And should we be doing that? It's all a bit of a mystery at the moment. Because I thought that cloning the signals was supposed to be cheap. Yeah, I don't really know how these signals work, really. Like, right, so the signal itself doesn't have any of the data. It just has an ID. And this, where does this data live then? Like, where does this value go? So cloning the signal is only cloning the identifier for the signal? And this ID is just a U64, right? So that seems okay. And there's just a reference, yeah, so that's where the value goes, and it goes in a signal, and then the ID, wait, what? So the signals get kept somewhere, and it moves it. Right. Anyway. So yeah, where does should we have like a tab bar? Like, because we have this, but really this is sort of like a tab bar view because it's got a view ID on it, right? Then what do we do with this? We go tab bar, and we end up with a tab bar, which is a view, which then gets put in. Put in a tuple, and then that tuple is returned, and then you get something that can be turned into a view. And then we don't have this tab bar anymore. It's not in the app state anymore. So it feels like there's a tab bar view, and then there's a tab bar which has the details of the running sort of like elements, as it were. I don't know. It just seems very. It seems very meh to do this, to know about all this. I really don't like this. So, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? I'm going mad. Forgetting what I'm doing. Well, that's right. That's what we're trying to do. We made a signal, but nothing's doing anything with it yet. That's right. That's where we got to. So we had our tab bar event signal, but nothing does anything with it. So we can hack in some crufty stuff here. Which might use this signal. And I suppose we can probably go match tab bar event signal dot get. Right. If it's none, there's nothing to do. It's fine. I suppose we could go map on this. And do it like this. Or do we inspect? It's a bit confusing. Oh, I've got this match thing here, that's why. Right. Map here. Yeah. I thought this was an option. Oh. We're supposed to be doing get.map. Right, okay, that's better. Right. Maybe we should go with here. And then go event.inspect with something. Or maybe we take it here. I'm trying to work out what the best API is for this. I don't really know yet. Do we go if let some event equals event.take and then match on the event? Do we do that? Because then we've got the actual event and we've not got a reference to it, and then that might be better. Should this be update? Because then it's mutable and then we can call take on it. What are we missing here? Why did it indent like all of this? God. Stop messing with my indentation IDE. Like, god damn son of a... And what on earth did it do? Why is there just a random bracket here? Right. And it's futzed around. Why? No. It takes an option T. Why is it? So this needs to be like this, right? And then do we need another bracket? Okay, so we can process our event. Great. Tab key. I suppose this is just key. Right, so now that we've got our tab key, we can probably go to the app state. And then, and this is why it's going to be stupid, because we're going to go app state dot. I mean, what if it's the active tab? Do we also need to remove that as well? can you close a tab that's not the active tab? Probably. And this is why all this needs to be managed by something else, because for me writing this code in the main method, like it's just silly. We're going to move this unwrap to here. We can fix this, and we're going to do the same thing here, because we've already done that in a couple of other places. Yeah. Okay. So then we go appstate dot. Right. So. There's probably a bug. Close all pressed. It's closing all the tabs, but it's not actually removing all the documents. So really we need to, if it's the active tab, reset the active tab and then choose another tab adjacent to it, probably. Like which tab becomes active if you close the active tab, right? You've got to do that. Next thing you need to do is remove the tab from the list of tabs. Next thing you need to do, if the tab was for a document, then you need to also remove the document for it as well. And this doesn't remove all the documents as well, and it's kind of got a bug. Let's just do this here before we forget about it. This isn't the right way of doing it, but it'll do. Sure. You know? But no. This should be like, this close all thing should tell the tab bar that you want to close all the tabs. Probably. Or it should say, iterate over the tabs and call close on each one. I don't know. Or maybe say can close on each one, and if you can close it, then close it. And if you can't close it, then ask the first one to show something that lets you close it. I don't know. Okay. All the thoughts. So we've got to go. We've got to go to the tabs, and we've got to do something. There might be an optional document ID that we return from this, and if there is, we need to remove it from the list of documents. So we'll do try update, because try update can give us something back. So then we've got this. So we can go tabs dot remove, and it gives you the tab item back. Right, and we've got a key. Which we can deref. Right, and remove, if this key is in the tabs, then remove gives you back a type of T. Panics if the index is out of bounds, so it's always going to be there, so that's fine. And then tabs is a tab item. Why does this need to be an option again? Oh wait. Try update gives you an option back for no apparent reason to me. So we just need to randomly call unwrap on it. Now we've got a tab item. Like, how can this try update fail? It's calling map on the signal. you might not have a signal. It's kind of weird. I do have a signal. I know I've got a signal. It's fine. But maybe you don't in some situations. I don't know. So we've got a tab item. And from the tab item, we can access the name and the kind. So I suppose we can match on the tab kind. And if it's a document, which is really a document tab, then we can return the document tab dot document key. Right. That way, we've got a document key. Now I could do this, what I'm going to do, like in this match bit here, but I'm not going to. I'm going to do it as a separate step. We can go probably something like app state dot documents dot update, because it's the thing, documents, and then we go documents dot remove document key. And then we put a semicolon on the end of it. Why? Remove oh dear. Oh no. Oh no. What's going on here? Is this where my ID screwed around with me? Oh god, no. And now we've got a giant method to find the missing bracket from. Great. Right, ooh. Where? Oh, fantastic. Is there a quicker way of doing this? So it's matching this one. This one is here. This one is here. And then we've got... Where's this coming from? What? Sure. Right, so we go add home and we go close. And nothing happens. Who's as surprised as me? No, I'm not supposed to be updating the event. I'm supposed to be going... Wait, what? Am I just supposed to be calling get here? I think perhaps I'm supposed to be calling get here. Who knows what it's done with my indentation now. But is there a get mutt? No. So we've got get, we've got try get untracked, and it's like I want this, and then we've got signal with. Should I be using with? But this is not mutable, so I can't take the event from the signal. I suppose we can go if let some event here, but then I don't want to do that. I thought I just did that. What? Oh, no, it doesn't go there. I'm being dumb. Okay, so we can move that into here. But what do we get here? So we get a reference to something, you see, and that wasn't what my intention was. I wanted to take the thing out of the signal. I didn't want to just... We've got this... And there's like a track get with, and then I don't know. Because this is a reference to a tab key. Right. So we have to double deref it. Because this is a reference. Every time you see a double dereference, you should worry. Normally. Oh my god, I can close tabs. Until it crashes, of course. Why did it crash? Probably somewhere here. Why? How is there no document key for a tab? So, what's happening here? Imperative UIs, they say. Retained UIs, they say. Easier to rationalize about. Okay. So, what is happening? Let's see if we can work that out. So it's trying to display the tab container, but oh, is it because we forgot to remove the active tab? It might be that, yeah. Okay, fine. So we've got this tab item, and there's probably an order of things we need to do things. Probably we need to remove the active tab. Okay, let's try doing that. So we've got app state dot active tab, and we're going to try and update it. Right. And if the active tab is the same as the tab that we're just trying to remove, then we need to remove it. So I suppose we go if active tab, which is an optional tab key. Let's go match active tab yeah. So we've got some tab if tab item dot, and we don't have a key. Where do we get the key from? Do we have a key? Yeah, we do have a key. We've got our key, don't we? Let's go replace with none. Can we do this? No. We'll just do that, perhaps. This might need to be mutable. I mean, maybe it's a star. Active tab is none. And then we need the remaining patterns, which is nothing. So if we've got no active tab, or the active tab is not the one that we're trying to close, then we don't need to do anything. we're just going to print that out. But it might need to be this. Yeah. All right. So we're going to add the home, click home to make it active, and then close it. And it didn't crash. That's good. So add home, and then we're going to open a bitmap, open a text file, and then close the one in the middle. We've still got issues. It's probably the same issues we had before. I don't know. Perhaps this never matched. Yeah, it does. It's kind of a bit weird. So we go add home, open, bitmap, text file. Right. So we're closing the active tab. Then what? Did we actually remove the tab? No, we removed the tab. Should we be doing this before we remove the tab? Let's do that, because the order of the effects might be important. So you unset the active tab. And I think we mentioned this when we did this close all press thing. Like, we remove the active tab, then we change the tab, and then we do the document. So we do it in that order, which is the reverse of creation, right? Okay, let's see what happens now. Still get a crash. Fantastic. I love it. Panic's here because why? What's it actually trying to do? It's trying to update a document, but there's no document anymore for the view. And yeah. Is this because why? Yeah, why? Like, closing active tab, and it calls the active function to try and get the active tab again, sure. And then it calls each one to get the list of tabs. And this is probably like a problem with this tab container because we're using indexes for the things, and I think I was pointing out the fact that this doesn't work if you change the items in the list. Let's try closing, because closing the first tab works. Does closing the last tab work? So we've got two tabs. We can close that one. We can close that one, it's fine. So if we open this and then close it, it crashes. That's not what I expected. If we go open an image file and then close it, open with a text document and close it, it's all the same thing. So why? It's only when there's a document associated with it. Which kind of makes sense, because where it's failing is in this bit. Why is it getting an active tab, right? So if we go we've got adding tab, it calls the key function twice, it calls active, it calls view, and then it active and then view, key function, active, view function, right? And then we close this and it dies. So closing active tab. Why? Right, so what I don't see is it displaying either of these two messages. It's not running this. Now, there was a thing about this probably being wrong, which might be because we need to go something on that signal. Oh, I see this. This whole thing is indented when it shouldn't be. What has it got here? because this view function is just never called. But the done view is called. And this active tab is called because this happens, right? But this isn't really what we want. Is it because we need to go this was something like app state.documents.track, right? Instead of this. Because I didn't know about this track method, you see. Right, so we can create things here, we can close them all, oh look, we can close one there, right, okay, I think we fixed it. So that yeah. Because that wasn't how you're supposed to do it. Because what's happening is the documents is updated, but the tab thing hasn't changed or something. Because it was reusing it here and this was never being called again, so it's probably like that. Kind of makes a bit of sense, but not entirely. God, it's pretty horrible, isn't it, that? Yeah. Make the close button work. That's what we did. It was required to remove the usage of done view without the removal. Closing a document tab would cause a pack. We've got a close button that works. Oh my god. That's pretty horrible. This just like living inside the main view thing, isn't it? It's just like, we need to encapsulate all the tab functionality somehow. So I think that's enough for today. It's another 5-hour stream today. Yeah. Tabs that you can display are one thing. Tabs that you can dynamically open and close are entirely another thing. So, for those following along, we've got I think there was it was in layout for some reason. I don't know why was it here. Where was it? No, it wasn't there. It was in this one. There's this other example, which apparently we need to fix. Which I need to squish into my pull request. So it's entirely one thing having tabs, but making these closable and dynamic, you know, adding to the list and so on is entirely another thing. And reactive. Dynamic, reactive, openable and closable. And then reordering them and renaming them is another thing as well. Yeah. Yeah. And then making it I18N and screen reader compliant is another thing again on top of that. Yeah, the lack of I18N screen reader support in Floem is really concerning me right now. So, this is where we're going to leave it today. No, not that one. This is where we're going to leave it. We've got a toolbar with some buttons. We can add a home button, and we can hover over a tab, and we can close it. We can create a couple of tabs. We can select them to see which one is the active one. And we can close other tabs, and we can close the active tab. See, it said so. Right. When we close a tab, we don't make another tab active. So let's just open a couple of files, and then we can select them, and we're going to close this one. And then I'm not sure what's going to happen now when we do this. Is there going to be an active tab? No. So it doesn't break, but it doesn't select an active tab. But the view underneath it gets removed, which is okay. We just haven't added the code to select a different tab. Because there's various different patterns that you can use for, like, when you close a tab. What tab should you open next? Is it the last most recently used tab? Or is it we're going to need to add this into the requirements, aren't we? Or is it the tab to the right? Let's say in the requirements, because we have to pick something. We can't just leave it like that. I mean, technically, I suppose we could leave it like that because it's not broken. Each tab should be closable, right? So I guess when a tab is closed, the most recently used tab, the next most recently used tab is made active. Right. You know, you write some requirements, developers do some stuff, they come back to you and they go, well, what happens when we do this? And you have to write some more requirements. And yes, it'd be great if we knew all about all the requirements before we started doing any of this. Because then you can be better informed to make some decisions. But we didn't think about it, so it didn't get done. And now we're having to react. Ah! Dear, reactive UI is now having to react. it's yeah. All right, so yeah, that's what we've got, and yeah. Okay, let's do a quick rebase before I forget about all the things we did. So git log. Info panel, still failing, toolbar, button, tab names. Oh, supported file creation object. Yeah, so we got image tab. So we got this. Where did we do all the tab stuff? Allow tab to have no active tabs. That's the one. Yeah, so we need to squish 4D and F61 and that other one together. Right. So that one needs to go here. This one needs to go here. Let's do that first. We're good. And then we'll fix up that into this one. And then we'll have a look at it. And now it's 7.3 ECEB, right? Yeah. And we're going to do that, which is probably the quickest way of doing it. And then we're going to push that up. And force it. There we go. Okay. And that's probably about that for today. Right. Got to force push that though. Right. So. It's quite a lot of commits. When did we start working on this? I'm kind of curious. 24th September. So we've got quite a lot of code there. I'm kind of curious to know how many lines of code we wrote. Is it word count dash L? (1,104 lines of code. Who knew? You know. Do you have to go dash F on this? No. Oh, it's like a type dash F or something. Ah, anyway, whatever. Linux malarkey. No. No. Let's not do that. So yeah. And it's still a giant mess. There's no I18N. The theming and the style stuff is hideous and horrible. And largely unfinished. We've got odd text selection behavior that we need to disable everywhere. We've got bugs with text selection occurring behind, you know, the events following through it. We've got no built-in event system. We have to do it all manually. It's quite a lot of negatives still at the moment. The positive, I suppose, is at least we got this far and further in this than we did in the other UI systems that I tried. And we've got a little inspector. But it ain't pretty. Okay. So, just remember, folks, it's only software. How hard can it be? We'll find out on the next one. See ya.